elected, break, Juliet, Alpha, Golf, X-ray, Kilo, 2, stand by, Juliet, Alpha, Golf, X-ray, Kilo, 2, stand by, Juliet, Alpha, Golf, X-ray, Kilo, 2, stand by. Message of 35 characters follows. Juliet, Alpha, Golf, X-ray, Kilo, 2, Golf, 2, Foxtrot, 7, X-ray, Whiskey, Zulu, 5, 7, Uniform, Alpha, Charlie, Papa, 5, 7, Sierra, India, 4, Yankee, Kilo, Tango, Romeo, Lima, Delta, Romeo, Hotel, Yankee, Charlie, 6, I say again, Juliet, Alpha, Golf, X-ray, Kilo, 2, Golf, 2, Foxtrot, 7, X-ray, Whiskey, Zulu, 5, 7, Uniform, Alpha, Charlie, Papa, 5, 7, Sierra, India, 4, Kilo, Tango, Romeo, Lima, Delta, Romeo, Hotel, Yankee, Charlie, 6. This completes message of 35 characters. This is Alexa out.
Well, good evening, good morning, crew. Hope y'all are doing all right out there. Decided to do a little bit of a late night live stream. Been absent from the tubes and from social media in general for several days. It was nice. It was nice. Didn't worry about a whole lot because really what was going on out there was the soup was cooking. So the soup has been bubbling now for quite a few days, and there's enough to determine how it's going to taste. Hope you all are doing all right out there. Good to see you guys. Sparrow Star, Sherry Tolliver, Rodney Middleton. How are you, mate? I know there's quite a few regulars popping in here, so I've been messing with my machines lately, so we'll see how it goes tonight. Interwebs appear to be pretty strong out here to the compound for right now, so we'll see. See how it goes. And the EAM, the 35 character EAM that you guys just heard, was in the European theater. A lot of discussions last couple days. We all know that TJ was over in China bowing to the masters, and he brought his number one A-team capitalism crew to go with him to beg for some scraps from the Chinese market. So, sad to watch as an American, but that slow, subaudible sucking sound, which is your country's independence being slurped away slowly but surely, just kind of and that's what's happening, whether you want to realize it or not. But there's plenty of counter to that narrative. We went over there and demanded this and demanded that, and we told them how it was. But all you have to do is look at the previous record of True Social posts to know your knee-high shit kickers aren't going to cut it anymore. You're going to have to switch to not to knee-high shit kickers, but you're going to need the bibs, like what the fly fishermen and cranberry farmers wear, you know, those waterproof bibs that go up to your chest. That's pretty much what you need to wade through the BS that's out there right now. So tonight I just wanted to do some musings, nothing too hot and heavy, but try and give you my take on the snippets I've observed, and I really have shut social media down for the last couple weeks because it's just getting there was a guy that I was listening to, and how did he put it? Paraphrasing, but basically that's our way in the United States, is for people that understand and see clearly what's going on will scream at the top of their lungs, beat their chests in warning, scream from the rooftops until they're hoarse, but they're ignored anyway. Just ignored. So, as you drive past the packed unemployment office, dodging potholes on your morning commute, if you still have a job, whatever you do, don't do your due diligence and look at what the infrastructure currently in China is. Don't do that to yourself. You'll just torture yourself, because this idea of greatness that you've been sold while 2 generations of manufacturing has been shipped overseas. Yeah, don't torture yourself. There's no point for that. That's just cruel and unusual. How about some pictures? You guys want to see some pictures? Let's see if I can find you a picture that'll kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about. How the meetings over there went. Let's see if old X search engine here. El Graco Diablo. I'm going to tell you guys tonight, too. It might end up... how can I put it? It might end up in a long period of silence from me. But I'm going to tell you what these data centers are really doing. And many of you know, it's just probably not put out as poignant. Let's see, where did that go? Well, that was kind of covered up fast. I just had that. I thought it was Forbes, but wow. Certainly it's not going. Let me try again. Tell you everything you need to know about the meeting. A lot of AI. It's incredible, and this might be AI garbage, but it accentuates the point of what really happened. So there's two worlds colliding here, and this is probably an AI image, judging because it's a little bit over the top, but there is truth to it. And what happened was, it's very commonplace, customary for especially Asian delegations to give gifts to any visiting delegation, and it's a gesture of goodwill and welcoming, those kinds of things. I believe there was only one reporter that caught the actual image, and now I suddenly can't find it. I should have saved it when I came across it earlier. But the two worlds that are colliding is security in the here and now, and culture. On one hand, gifts given by the Chinese government to our government to then go on a highly secure airframe like Air Force One, or to be kept by people that make them, people that are in high positions of government. Yeah, there's a security risk. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the wood cutting from the Russians that I believe hung in the West German American embassy, like in the ambassador's office for years. And it had a very simple but effective, basically microphone and radio transmitter that didn't need power. It was generated just by the force of the vibrations. It was actually a very genius device. But ever since ever since then, you know, you're not going to take something from a adversarial, and you really can't even, with the data that I've seen in the last several days, kind of brushing up on it, they're at peer or above. It's not near peer anymore. They're at peer or above the Chinese with the United States. So on one hand, security protocol wise, you're not going to keep this stuff. But at the same time, culturally, you shouldn't just throw it in a trash bin, pile it up in a bin. See if this is a repeat or not. It's just a standard sandwich order. Not really that important, so I'll mute that for now. Yeah, Bulldog, we can see your posts. At least I can see them. But culturally, you wouldn't want to throw them all in a trash bin piled up. You would want to do that out of sight before you ever got to the tarmac, or leave them in the vehicles for the staff that's behind doing logistics to throw away. It's a huge insult to the Chinese to do this. Not that I'm really worried about making the Chinese upset at this point in time, but the optics aren't good. And what it says is, thanks, but we don't trust you. And they shouldn't. However, if you feel that way, why be so desperate to tout deals and sell out your own country for money? And TJ is not bragging a whole lot about the art of the deal with China. I mean, a few here or there, but that's where you need the chest-high waiters from. You know, 4. So what happened? What's the bottom line with all this? We're done. They went over there. They talked. Positions were carried out. Fake smiles and handshakes were exchanged. But in the end, they're done. They're done with us. They're done being worried that we're a market. And they're going to look to the rest of the world until we get our act together. When we become a republic again, if that's possible, maybe in the future, but for now, they won the cold trade war. So anytime you see a report about this or that with China, they're done. It's all frosting on the cupcake as far as talk goes. Because nothing of any substance came out of that meeting other than being told what we're going to do and how the world's going to work. And what that means for you and I is we haven't really even seen the hardships yet. The Iranian kerfluffle journey, whatever they want to call it, that knocked out 20% at minimum of energy supplies, 50 to 60% at minimum of base fertilizer components and other things like that. That wave has truly yet to hit us. We're just feeling the ripples from that fallout. It's not even really reached us yet. It will by July. What's up, Tracy White? Ramjet, good to see you. Tiffany, thanks for popping in. Thanks for being here. What it also means, everyone's worried about Taiwan and Taiwan's going to get taken over. The Chinese aren't going to fire a shot. They won't have to. As everything stands right now, Taiwan will diplomatically, slowly begin to fold into the Chinese sphere of influence. And I know that might shock some people, but you aren't going to see a military confrontation between China and the nation of Taiwan. They will slowly start to bend toward the greater, more powerful sphere of influence in their region. And we can only extend the BS so far. And there's murmurings that some serious interests of the Taiwanese were folded or traded for some very minor concessions to the American delegation. I haven't fully been able to verify exactly what yet, but I know it was on the platters. It was on the silver platter that we had to decide to slide toward the Chinese. So what's the solution? In the near term, the solution is going to be being able to withhold or withstand a great amount of pain, economic, and basically living your life the way you used to is over. The way of life that you're used to and what your children have gotten used to, the ease of getting global products for next to nothing from our standard viewpoint, that ended with this latest trip. So be willing to persevere. And it's difficult enough in this country without people realizing that things that make them able to come and go and work someplace is not going to be able to be sustainable. Just things like wiper blades for your car are going to be hard to find. And if you can find them, they're going to be expensive. Pharmaceuticals, base inputs to things. All that is going to be very expensive and hard to find. And entire industries in the US that depend on that. Things like cheap aluminum billet, cheap Chinese steel ingots, earth metals, not necessarily even rare ones, are going to become more expensive and harder to find. So when your laptop breaks and you need to run out to the store to get another one, if they have the one that you need, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 8 times the price. Right now we're working through a glut of basically hoarded cheap products. The logistics takes time. But I'm here to tell you, almost midnight here Central Time, you need to realize, come to grips with, in a year from now, you won't be able to recognize the marketplace landscape. You will feel like you are in a different country altogether. And I'm telling you this because I want people to be mentally prepared for that. Because in my own life, I have a lot of people that they don't think anything's going to change. They don't see the slow drip. And they don't realize that things like hyperinflation, logistics timeout, where products literally dry up, they don't work like how you see in the movies where all of a sudden it's all gone. It's a slow ramp up. It's like an exponential function. And hyperinflation with our money supply is the exact same. We're just on the very tip of the ramp up of hyperinflation. Yeah, things are a little bit more expensive here. Man, groceries are getting uncomfortable. Insurance is kind of getting out there. They want how much for plywood? Which I knew recently dropped, but just basic materials. Is going to rocket away, and they don't, they don't restrict the supply. The barrier in our system is the price. When things get scarce, the price goes up. When cherry tomatoes at the grocery store start to cost you $18 a pound, it manages the supply side by the price. People don't buy cherry tomatoes anymore. Has anyone priced a new vehicle lately? A new pickup? Got a quote to rebuild a deck? Got a quote to redo a bathroom or a kitchen? The price will limit the supply. So you'll never have a loss of supply. There will always be products there. Whether or not you can afford it, exactly, Tiffany, whether or not you can afford it is the question. There'll always be food in the grocery store. Whether you can afford it will be the question. And people don't see that. So, which leads us to, when you have situations like that, and you don't know how to fix it, you're in the government, right? You see this coming, and you don't know what to do. Well, got a couple options. You can fundamentally try and fix everything. Years and years and years of bad policy and selling out your countrymen. Or you can start to control narratives. You can start to craft perception. Because who needs the problems fixed in reality when you can just make believe? And most of the population are going to accept that. They're okay with lying to you to your face repeatedly, no matter how obvious the contrary is. Because there will always be a segment of the population that will go along with it, will defend them, because it's their team. It's the red team, it's the blue team, it's the purple team. All retards, by the way. Because one team will do what they condemned the other team for just 24 months apart and call it patriotism, but when they were campaigning, it was treason. Like selling Alaskan oil to China, which was just one of the many agreements that came out of this. Did you guys know that? Now, whether it'll actually ever happen, we'll see. But it was thrown out there, officially. Some good old American oil sold to the country with the absolute largest, by far and away, strategic petroleum reserve, which we helped to create by sanctioning Iranian oil all those years. It drove the price of a barrel of Iranian oil down so far the Chinese couldn't get enough of it. It was like crack. So what seemed like a good policy on one hand enabled incredibly advantageous conditions for a true diametrically opposed powerful nation. So, anyway, I'm going to get off into the weeds by myself. And I'm only kind of glancing at chat so I don't get pulled into too many different directions. So you guys going to have to police yourselves. If anyone's being too out of pocket in the chat, just tag my name and then tag their name. And if I see too many of those, then we'll have some words. But let me see if I can find you something here that I wanted to show you guys. So if you can't fix the problems, you're going to have to fix your population. You're going to have to make it so your population can't oppose you. And people say, never in America, we're free. We've got all these rights, that were granted. And could never happen. People don't understand that they're sitting, and I'm not the first to say this by no means. I think Alex Jones had a whole prison planet or something like that. And for as polarizing of a figure that guy is, there sure are a lot of coins in the Alex Jones was right jar that I keep. But people don't understand they're sitting right smack in the middle of one of the most high-tech prisons ever constructed. Right here in the land of the free and the home of the brave. One momento, I'm pulling up something for you guys. If I can find it. Been having a lot of trouble finding stuff. So, data centers. Yes, data centers are many things. They are a mixed drink. 4/5 crap and 1/5 kind of the backbone of most of American industry, which is a lot of cloud computing. Private, when you save to the cloud, a lot of your stuff goes to these data centers. They do drive AI engines. So if you, for whatever reason, want to make a themed video where you have like cute little kitties bouncing around that resemble characters from your favorite TV show, you can do that. I guess there's a purpose for that. I'm not sure. But they do route global internet traffic, some of the bigger like hypercenters. But they also do something else. And that is they power a lot of this stuff. Oh, come on. probably have to change websites here. So your Ring doorbells, your flock cameras, they're billed to small communities that install them as license readers, traffic control, things of that nature. But they've also been proven by opponents of them that if they're in areas with foot traffic, they will also read faces, scan biometrics if available, face structures, your movement. This is the map of basically most of your flock cameras. It's a heat map, a coverage map. Flock Safety, Motorola Solutions, Gentech, other unknown. That's like, your basically your Chinese and rest of world surveillance cameras. I'm in the middle of bumfuck Egypt nowhere. I can barely get enough access bandwidth internet to stream this kind of stuff. And I have a flock camera out on the lonely county highway that sees more tractors than cars. Three miles from me. And out here, they're positioned so, and they do it very smart. They're positioned so, even they're on these lonely county highways, and I believe they have to be along state routes, so they can't put them along like township roads and things like that. So, but they're smart about it. They're positioned such that you can't cross or go into no more than 3 towns. It's on average, it's 2. You can't drive or walk along a major thoroughfare, being the county highway, if you want to call that major, without getting picked up by one of these. You can't get through 2 or 3 towns, no matter the population. The town could have 8 people. If it's linked close to that county highway, it's going to pick you up. And those are the bars on the windows, on your cell door. The other major bar you're probably watching or listening to me from right now. It's your phone. It's your tablet. Your home PC, your smart TV, your IP router in your home. I don't know how many of you were aware, technology-wise, but they only need 2 devices, a router and a phone, to locate you within 1 meter in your own home. And some of these devices are so advanced that they can use the generation of the radio waves that these devices are capable of as a type of object scanner or near field radar. It's not science fiction, and it's not conspiracy theory. It's been mapped out because it's already been proven that that function can be taken over by white hat hackers in the last year. They can figure out how many people are in a room of your house if it's the same room as a router and another device like a smart TV or a cell phone or a tablet. And you pay retail price. Exactly, Ramjet. You pay highest in the world retail price for your prison bars. But if you wonder why these AI centers are being built, why they demand so much power, why they demand so much clean water, why little towns are being completely bought off, little town councils and village fathers and city administrators and, city councils, local government are being bought off left and right to allow these things to be built, is because to process all this data in real time requires that level of computing power. They're trying to track in real time not just your location, but your overlays. Meaning not only where you are, but did you just post something kind of edgy on the internet? Were you critical of your government in your post? Did you disagree? Do you not agree with bombing the Persian people into oblivion and setting their country aglow? Did that not sit well with you for some reason? Well, we can't have that. Did you just criticize our greatest ally? That is so entrenched and so embedded in American politics and finance that small towns of 3,500 people in Texas are sending millions of dollars overseas to that country? Boring. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So we got to overlay your social points, your social credit score, if you will, with this data. And this heat map has got, right now, I would say 95%. I might be giving them too much credit. Let's say 90% of the U.S. population covered. Because these big old empty areas, I've been there. There's hardly anything there. And anybody there has to go to these areas to get stuff, like groceries and stuff. Or, But let's say you physically don't have to travel there. How much can you do living remotely online? Like pay your bills, online banking. Do you have a credit card? Do you subscribe to a subscription service? Netflix? You're out here in the middle of nowhere. What are you going to do on rainy, snowy days in the north of the country? That lifestyle of not needing the technology is gone. You want to send emails to your grandkids. You want to go online and play in a server, Call of Duty or Roblox or whatever. One part of the net is going to get you. It might not pick you up with as much clarity as the flock camera, like people that are living in Atlanta. You're covered. New England, the West Coast, the South, Florida. Florida man can't do anything without getting seen 3 different ways. That's why we're all able to watch him, on videos and shorts and things like that. There's 18 cameras on Florida man. Got 2 teeth in his head, and he's out catching gators and turtles in the swamp. And, we've got like Hollywood production level 5 different cameras on him. Turtle man can't hide. But that's what these AI data centers are doing. A good portion of them that fall, if you Google or Grok or whatever, what an AI data center actually does, what is its function? It will tell you to make cute cat videos, AI slop, nonsense, cloud storage, boring accounting functions, route internet traffic, yada, 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 yada. And in a way, once you get to the very bottom of the list, government and, municipal, state, and federal government data processing, analytics, yada, yada, yada. But that's why you're seeing data centers go up faster than Dollar Generals, is because they need to start closing the prison doors. And all those rights you think you have, they found ways around them. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. My Second Amendment. Your Second Amendment's no good if you can't eat. Your card doesn't work. Well, I'll just do cash. Eat at the diner. Well, good luck getting your Second Amendment and 10 similarly thinking adults together. And if you really, 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 really want to get a red flag planted on your ass fast, is drop off the grid. Throw your phone away, your credit cards, disappear from any of this flock surveillance, never get caught on a camera, only use a VPN. And you can do that as an experiment, because I've done it. And I went years without seeing a sheriff's deputy. There was one here at the compound in 24 hours because I ran an experiment when I was changing my internet provider. I purposely built a week into it. I was off the grid for 48 hours. No social media. Phone went down. No internet. I had a deputy here for a welfare check in 24 hours. So that's the scoop, crew. As things get harder and harder to do, to run through the motions, the clamps are going to come down tighter and tighter, because we can't have you acting up. We know it's tough, but we can't have you getting out of pocket and demanding things like positive change. The only fix for this now is generational. You can still beat this system, but it's going to be a tough uphill battle. And it starts with the young people in your life. As Americans, we're going to have to start learning the word no again. Individually, in our communities. Because I'm not a pessimistic person. I'm actually a very deeply patriotic and optimistic person. I see good in people where other people have long given up on them. But we as a people are going to have to start talking to each other again and compromising with each other again. Otherwise, you're going to have parts of the country that are no different than A block, B block, C and D and E block of a prison. You just won't see metal bars. We're going to have to decide if we have values that we share. We're going to have to decide how we want our communities to look. We're going to have to start to decide to stop letting the red, blue, left, right nonsense from continually, every 2 and 4 years, tearing this country completely in half. Because whether you like it or not, most of the blue team is not all that different from you. But every 2 to 4 years, the blue team and the red team are convinced that the other side is as backwards and incompatible with them as oil and water. And it's not true. One side is told, yeah, they're just worried about my Bibles and my bang sticks and my Merica and my freedom and my churches and abortions. And the other side is told that the other side is nothing but the woke mind virus and the tranny problems and the open borders. It's all hyped, chest deep bullshit. But because of social media, for the most part, has confused everyone in this country to the point where they'll believe the most ridiculous things out of people that live 2 streets down from them. That someone that owns a jacked up diesel truck is somehow more American than someone that owns a Subaru. They both take their kids to school in the morning, and they would both use the same vehicle to take their parents to the hospital if they slipped and fell and broke their hip, would they not? You only see them because you go to the same grocery store. Your kids go to the same school. You work out at the same gym. Hell, you might even drink at the same bar. You might even throw horseshoes at the same tavern out in the middle of nowhere. This is probably all falling on deaf ears, but this stupid shit has got to stop. Or we will be yanked from one extreme to the other every 2 and 4 years. Because that's the pendulum. Because everyone's going to vote for change. It's going to get so shitty that you'll have 80% of people in the middle and 10% on each side, and everyone's frantically trying to push one side or the other to just have some breathing room so they can pay their bills and maybe buy their kids some clothes before school starts again. Because right now we're in the phase where that is almost complete. And we've got to make monsters out of other nations and outsiders in order to direct the masses. And we're going to be having the midterms here in a little bit, and they'll let it turn back into the interior so they can keep that divide. But when I say this is fixable by generations, is you've got to teach your kids, your grandkids, any young people in your life that they do have a voice. It's muted right now because it's so scattered and divided. But it's scattered and divided on purpose. And it's not reality. The reality is people want a safe place to live, affordable food, affordable housing, a decent school, a decent chance for employment. Not even necessarily a possibility of a career, because that can change between people, but just the ability to even do their own thing without being completely muffled and strangled by every government entity that could possibly be devised to suck the money out of their efforts. And you have to teach the kids, which most of them already get, they just don't understand how influential and what the purpose of a lot of this media is, and how damaging it is to them. You know, they can recognize AI slop faster than my middle-aged trained eye can, just instinctively. They know it's not real. But you need to help reinforce that the conflicts, especially the conflicts they see with the algorithms online, it's curated to make you mad, to make you engaged. And we all know that. That's no secret. That cat's been out of the bag for a long time. But they need to understand that so much of the discord in our country is manufactured and fabricated out of whole cloth. And slowly but surely, their voice will start to have power again. And you'll always have some pockets of resistance to this heat map. But the designers of this thing understand that you can take a percentage loss and still accomplish the prison. You can allow, you know, it might be 10, 15% of the communities to reject it, but it'll still work. And we, us older people, and needs to be taught to the younger people as well, that convenience is part of the trap. I know it's convenient to bank online. I know it's convenient to pay bills online. You don't have to run here or there. It's Walmart pickup, curbside pickup, Netflix, game apps. Convenient for you, but all the metadata on the backside is being used to paint the picture of who you are, what you do on a daily basis. And it's no secret that everyone's data is being sold, but no one truly realizes how damaging that is. Because these algorithms with enough inputs will know you better than you know yourself. And that's the evil in it. So, we're not waiting for Skynet. Skynet's already here. And you're looking at it right here on my displayed screen. Because this is just the heat map for these cameras. You've got all the other devices I previously mentioned, plus there's stuff I can't even mention on this channel because it'll shut down immediately. But let's say they're at altitude. And that really fills in the gaps. And yes, a significant amount of bandwidth on some of these birds is devoted to you. And I can't really say much more than that. So, welcome to the James Cameron nightmare that is many of his dystopian movies. You're living in it. We just need to have the fortitude and the intelligence to leave the hacksaw blade and the files to our kids. Because it's them that are going to have to break out of this nonsense. let you think on that. I'm going to turn the radio feed back on, turn the music back on real low, and take a little break. And then I'll come back and I'll read the chat. So, stay strong out there, peeps. I'll be back in a little bit after a short break.
Left it. 5 for drop. I say again, this is elective, standing by for Bravo. This is elective, out.
All right, now that I've finished scaring the crap out of everybody and glooming and dooming, what about solutions? Our birth rate's fallen in this country. It's fallen in most Western countries quite a bit. But how do we get back what was lost? Well, it's easy to say, but hard to do. Easier said than done. We're going to have to be neighbors again. We're going to have to be not so much concerned about what's going on in international and national politics, but what your water board's doing, what your electrical co-op or electrical company is doing. If there's a local public board that is just boring as snot to attend the meetings, you probably should be there. That's right. Got to be able to love one another. Got to be able to listen to what we all have to say. And then as a community, accept or reject the notions. Because most of what you think is a majority view. Thanks for stopping by, Rodney. You know, if you think about how the discourse was, and the national conversation was, or is, you know, if you put a room of red hats together with a bunch of blue and purple haired Antifa activists, you know, brawl would break out, but those are two extremes. Most people aren't in either of those camps, believe it or not. It just seems that way because it's the cool thing to do, however you're influenced. Maybe, Aaron, I don't want to say that's what I'm hoping for, but there is, opportunity is not the right word, but you know, there is a chance in that if we get leveled out enough, humans will naturally go back to what has served them for thousands and thousands of years, which is the people that you have immediately around you. You know, the way communities can become stronger and more integrated after a natural disaster. So there's the possibility, I think, exists, and I don't hope for it, but if we have enough of a national crisis where people learn that they can depend on one another again to see them through. Yeah, people go nuts, but it's in the short term. And you tend to see people how they really are. after a few weeks of it. Once the shock has subsided and people come to grips with what their new reality is, yeah, there's always elements, like criminal elements, that want to take advantage of short term. But you got to look too at, just around the world. There's places in the world where you don't want to be caught as a common thief. Not because of what the civil authority is going to do to you or what the court system's going to do to you, but what the people that you were stealing from are going to do to you. So, the solutions aren't easy. That's for sure. Don't steal that onion. Yeah, I'm just reading through the chat, see what you guys are talking about. Well, Ramjet, if you totally get rid of it, then you're going to have elements like warlords, and you're going to have lords and serfs, which in a sense we have now, lords and serfs. So you're trading one bad label and one bad set of circumstances for another. I think if we all put enough effort into it, that the Republic can be saved. Like I said, I'm really an optimist at heart. But people have to start caring about the right things and not getting distracted by the things that really don't matter. That was originally set up where it's inverted now in perception, and that's part of the problem. Where everyone's focused on who's running for president. Well, I shouldn't say everybody. The people engaged and are curious about the happenings of government. Everybody can tell you who the two presidential candidates are, but you ask those same people who's all on your town council, who's on your village board. Maybe they'll get that one right. But that's where their attention should be focused. Because it's an aggregate. If you have good, solid, representative local governments, that means you have good, solid, representative regional and state governments. And the will of the people is carried up through that to the federal government. And the base, everyone's base of the pyramid is the local government. And I'm telling a lot of you what you don't know, but what you already know is it's inverted. The point is down on the pyramid, and everyone's focused on the top when they should be focused on the bottom. You guys are talking about seeing Jesus. Looks like I've bored everybody to tears. Talking about Amish cinnamon rolls and people having fever dreams and seeing Jesus. Lost the plot. Yeah, Elizabeth, I mean, I know there were periods of time where what I'm talking about was more common. In the background while I was working, I left. Was there ever a plot? This week while I was working, I have put on older TV shows in the background just for background noise while I was going through some of my projects. The cinnamon roll flew over your house. Was it a Russian cinnamon roll or an American cinnamon roll? Was it an Iranian cinnamon roll? Cinnamon. But anyway, I had these older TV shows on, and they're from the 90s. And just the plot and the story writing, the storyline of what was on primetime, TV, the boob tube back in the 90s is just heads and shoulders intellectually better than anything that's out there today with the short formats and the the TikToks and all the cheap dopamine. It was just better. We were a more intelligent crowd. It was a North Korean cinnamon roll. I have a hard time imagining a cinnamon roll getting out of North Korea in one piece, that's for sure. Yeah, like some of those old Western shows. Little House on the Prairie, Bonanza, Good Clean Living. The Rifleman and Ponderosa. Every show had a decent storyline and some type of moral or ethical lesson, And that's what our entertainment used to be. Like the Andy Griffith Show, and I've never really watched too many of them because they're before my time, really. But the shows had some type of structure, some moral or ethical lesson, and that was our entertainment. And I kind of think of that, Even like old episodes of The Twilight Zone made you think about, while it was at the time zany and goofy and science fiction and all that. Was it Rod Serling? That was the genius behind that show. It was zany, goofy science fiction, but wrapped up into it was deep thoughts about trends in humanity and society. And that's all gone now. That's absent from our typical entertainment discourse. And we should probably bring that back. Instead of promoting less than 1% of population's interests into primetime entertainment, but that it goes to show that's why you see entertainment the way it is now. That's why they call it programming, because it starts to program your outlook on reality. And it shouldn't. You should always be on guard for that, but I think it's always worked pretty well. It wasn't always a mindless filter. Yeah, now it's all slop. But it wasn't always that way. It changed in the late 90s. Reality TV that isn't anywhere close to reality is... I don't understand how that caught on as a trend. Yeah, I say old, Star Trek The Next Generation, for what it was, that was an incredible show. I've watched a lot of that over the years. Because, and there again, sci-fi, zany stories, and some of them were off the wall, but some of them were just excellent. There was one I saw part of not too long ago, Star Trek The Next Generation, where Commander Riker was on Risa, the vacation planet or whatever. And he didn't know it at the time, but this concubine alien chick that he was fooling around with introduced him to this game that it was like a real thin visor, and it was a game that you played with your mind, and it rewarded the pleasure centers in the frontal lobe and all this, that, and the other, and it got introduced into the ship through Riker like a virus, and it slowly spread through the crew, the higher staff of the ship, the command crew, the captain even fell under it, and Wesley Crusher and a young, what was her name? Ashley Judd. If you want to see Ashley Judd as a young woman, look up that episode. I'll have to try and find it. But basically those two figured out that this game, this device, was slowly taking over everyone's mind, and they uncovered the plot, and the whole ship was a hair's breadth away from basically getting taken over by this inferior race of aliens or whatever for espionage or whatever. It was an excellent show, and that was well before, cell phones in your pocket. That episode came out during probably car phones was as close as you were going to get to cellular. Excellent lesson. Don't think you would see that today too much. Maybe some podcasts would warn you about the dangers of it. Yeah, so just wanted to share with you, crew, some of the thoughts that I've been having, some of the observations that I've had. This, to recap, this trip to China is no good for you. No good at all. It's not looking good out there, but I haven't given up hope fully yet. Yeah, Ramjet, that's right. The real two Asian continent heads of power are going to get together after they fielded the American complaints and objectives. So Putin is going to be headed to China here shortly. And Xi and Putin will meet up and talk about what they figured out. Well, thank you, Tiffany. I try to keep it in perspective. I don't know how smart I sound on the other end. Ukrainian escalation? There's really not much more you can do to escalate. But that'll be a paradigm shift when that happens. And it'll be I don't know where along the line of confrontation that's going to happen first, to be honest. Really don't know. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. And yeah, if you do like what you see here, I don't normally ask for it, but if you do like and share me out, more people find me and the channel grows, then it's more likely that I'll carve time out of my schedule to be here for you all. But know that you know, I'm not tooting my own horn or anything, but I don't really need to do YouTube. YouTube is just kind of a place for me to vent and share my thoughts and stuff like that, but I don't depend on it for income, obviously, or anything like that, so it can really, really easily go away on my side. Not that I would want to or anything like that, but yeah, it can go bye-bye, and it would actually make things a little bit safer for me. I can stay below the radar better. When you get on these platforms and you start talking about the things that I talk about, it does no good for your social credit score. That's for sure. I don't know, Sparrow. I've heard that people can actually make money by spouting off their opinions on the YouTubes. So I don't know what that's like, but apparently for some. My voice is calming. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm blushing already. I am not to Twitter pated yet, but you did ask that earlier. Why are we messing with Cuba? Oh, that's real simple. It's not necessarily the Cuban government that is a big problem, because they've been fairly well isolated. It's who the Cuban government allows in. And that's the Chinese. And, you know, in the first Cold War, the Russians. And yes, there's Russians there, there's Russian influence there, but the big worry is the amount of Chinese listening stations that are just off the coast. I mean, every time TJ goes to Palm Beach, he's whatever, you know. He's not very far from the listening post that the Chinese have put down here. So that's why Cuba is a domino that needs to fall in the mind of the federal government. It's never going to be the 51st state, just like Greenland's not going to be. These are strategic interests. Good night, Gail. I hope you get a good night's sleep. But yeah, that's why Venezuela needed to go down. They're never going to become the 51st state. We're barely hanging on to. We've purchased influence there. And how long that stands, I don't know. But you do have quite a few elements. But it is a foothold. And they're just trying to get a handle on potential threat vectors in our own hemisphere. But, yeah, taking these countries over and saying we're doing it for the people, or allowing governments, long-standing governments, good or bad, to topple, and instability and chaos to flood in, under the guise of helping, quote-unquote, helping the people. Well, you see how much we said that about the Iranian people and how that ended up. So, there's a lot of dominoes out there that can flip too, that are real dangerous, like Japan and Taiwan. I mean, they're taking a good hard look at what we're doing, and if it wasn't for a strong lady, a Margaret Thatcher-esque character being the premier in Japan, you know, there's elements in Japanese society and Japanese government that are taking a good hard look at how Americans treat their friends and their allies. And they're watching Europe very closely. And they don't like what they see, I can tell you that. So, but as a nation's power and influence shrinks abroad, it's more important for you to have security closer to home. So that's why you're seeing strategic interest in Greenland and Cuba, Venezuela, Central America. There was a couple questions I wanted to ask you guys. First one, and this is relatively current but out of news cycle, and it helps to revisit these questions every now and then. But do you all remember in Iran the downed pilot and the ghost murmur attack? That whole story? You guys remember that? Around Easter miracle. Whatever happened to that? We never learned why a colonel was sitting where a captain or a lieutenant, as a warfare weapon system officer, should have been sitting. We never learned his name, unit, no parades. It was just there as a miracle and gone. The news cycle moved on. So I cautioned not too long after that, because I was starting to take longer and longer breaks from social media, to beware of miracles. Sometime in the future, we're gonna read. You're hopefully in our lifetimes, we'll get to see stories of what actually happened over there. And by then, it's too late. Of course, it's water under the bridge, and the world would have changed. But it's always interesting to me. That if you think the news is biased and messed up now, imagine how bad history was 30, 40, 50 years ago. So I think about that story every now and then. But it's a good example of daily things you can be caught up with that are just BS, just utter total fabrications, and it's all designed to push you in one direction or another. Yeah, I think 40, 50 years from now, hopefully before then, maybe 20 years from now, some investigation or some parallel effort will figure out what happened there. I'm surprised that they allowed the knowledge that an Iranian F-4, from the Air Force that was completely destroyed, made it to Kuwait and bombed a fixed installation. I'm surprised that news came out. Came out weeks later. But keep that in the back of your mind, because I think we've got a very confusing couple weeks coming up ahead of us. I think you're going to see some flare-ups along confrontation lines. And it's going to be tougher and tougher for the powers that be to hide the economic fallout. So keep your distraction goggles on. You're welcome, Tiffany. Thanks for being here. Visit with your son. That's right. That's what really matters. No, I don't think Iran had to use Russian or Chinese EW to get past. I think the radar facilities on our side were knocked out, and there was that many gaps. I don't think they had to use any whiz-bang tech. I think they just blew them up. We lost billions of dollars of hardware from Iranian missile bombardment. just snuffed out. My mind's kind of freewheeling, so I might dip on topics here and there and bounce back and forth, and that's usually when you guys will get some nuggets, but along that same line with those radars taken out, there is phases to what the Iranian regional plan is for destruction. So you saw hints of it. How can I put this without getting a warning? Let me think how I can word this properly. So in the first round, you saw bombardment of sites in Israel. You saw bombardment of U.S. military installations. And then they kind of, as time went on, they started encroaching as a tit for tat, the Iranians did, on a lot of fuel storage, oil production, and stuff like that. And that's still within their phase one of regional response protocol. If hostilities, and they closed the Strait of Hormuz, mined it, all that kind of stuff. Yada, yada, yada. That's all you got to keep in your mind. That is phase one. They're still at war. There's a ceasefire. They're still at war, all parties, for now. If it were to completely start up again, in earnest, they would enter phase two of regional destruction. And they would take out, especially in the Gulf Coast countries, but also, and it's unknown how far beyond this is going to be, but I've heard that they will take out oil production facilities region-wide, regardless of alliance, regardless of party, and desalination, power, water generation. Like if we were to have gone through and blown up a whole bunch of bridges and targeted their power plants, and like what Trump was talking about in those tweets or True Social posts or whatever, that would have opened the gates to the Iranian phase two response, which they would do the same thing. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Israel for sure. And it's a conventional, mutually assured destruction move. And it would make what the damage that would do to the regional output of that whole area is nothing compared to the pain that we're going to suffer with the strait being closed. It will be multitudes beyond that. So that's what's coming up should hostilities go back to the same level. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm putting it right now as a 50-50 this week, that we'll see a resumption of full-bore hostilities and a move into phase two. And should that happen, what you're going to be exposed to as far as news goes is just going to be off the hook, nuts, crazy. You're not going to know up from down. And you might as well turn it off and spend time with your family, because it's going to be such a giant ball of nonsensical bullshit. It'll be ridiculous. Well, hello, Jason. What are you talking about? Aliens? Aliens are coming? No, man, they lock the doors and roll up the windows just like a nice family would in a really bad part of town. They just right on by. They hit the warp engines and get out of the ghetto. I mean, if you were them looking down at these hairless monkeys on this mud ball, would you want to stick around? I mean, if they pick up the news channels anyway. They wouldn't, but... You know, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of beauty on Earth. There's a lot of beauty here, and there's still kindness, and there's still compassion, and all that kind of stuff. I don't mean to be a total downer, but we got a ways to go, crew. Got a ways to go. Hit it with a raid. Call the intergalactic Terminex guy. Let's see, what else did I want to bring back to your guys' attention? Oh, the ghost murmur tech. Yeah, it's not a thing. The aliens came back and took the Epstein files. I heard a guy who was proposing the idea that the Artemis mission to the moon was to take the hard copies of the Epstein files off planet. The only downside to that whole plan, I thought, was the Indians have their own space program, and they would go up there and get the Epstein files because they know the approximate value of the Epstein files on the open market paid by Amazon gift cards. So that would be a high priority mission for the Indian Civil Space Agency. They'd be up there in a hot minute, Tsar. Get back and they'd be making phone calls. So yeah, I think we got an interesting couple weeks ahead of us. We're just gonna have to wait and see who cracks it open first. Well, Tracy, there's talk that we've already been to Mars. I don't know if you follow the whole disclosure thing, which, boy, if that wasn't the UFO files release, quote unquote, that the Department of Wishy-Washy built their own website for. Talk about disappointing. I was thinking about doing a live stream on that, but it was so disappointing to look at looked at several of those files randomly, and it was just they're not even embarrassed. You'd think somebody sitting around the boardroom table would have looked at what they were doing and going, guys, do you really think? Do you really think this is gonna? This is the big tamale? No. Other nations have DARPA-like aerospace development. And just to pick out one example, I think one of the videos was like a cue ball probe UAV, something or other around Greece that was unexplained. Oh yeah, it was bad, Tracy. If you go to the Dow website, the disclosure website, just randomly click on any of those files. What was supposed to be this grand disclosure of all these secretive files, they're all newspaper clippings from, minor regional newspapers from the 50s and 60s. The big nuggets were, the supposed HUD videos and things like that, which even the most, what was supposed to be the most compelling footage is either obviously AI. I mean, it's advanced AI. I mean, they did try. Gave it the old college try. But I think one of the most compelling ones was this, like, orb, that was picked up on infrared something or other off the coast of Greece or Cyprus, something like that. Well, the nation of Turkey has one of the most advanced DARPA-like UAV programs in all of Europe and the Middle East. The Turks are incredibly advanced with their drone tech. And that's all that was. That was a Turkish drone messing around in quote-unquote hostile airspace, testing boundaries. So if you pay attention to the leading edge of the technology as it becomes declassified, like the dork I am does, nerd, you can see right through all that stuff in a heartbeat. As long as you're given some context, it's not really that hard to suss out. So yeah, that was, I wanted to say how disappointing that was. The disclosure. There was another segment of thought I had about the whole disclosure thing, and it was actually kind of scary. I don't know if I want to... How can I phrase it? Compiling my thoughts. Give me 1 second. Oh, it was along the lines of like a two-step process. And basically what it boils down to, PSYOP-wise, is just a mind jerk, a start-stop. Meaning they do this big disclosure in a couple tranches. And what they do is the first rollout is so obviously bad, like B-movie, embarrassing, what the F is this BS that you're feeding us bad? And this is the best that you can do, and you have mass disappointment, and you spike the skepticism that anything the government has is just nonsense. As you pull the elastic band back of expectation, and that's the best that you can do, there's a time ingredient to it. But then in the future, right, you've set the benchmark that it's ridiculous, embarrassing, easily seen through, yada yada yada. And what you do is you set up your tech, your really good tech, that can do free space holograms, your unknown aircraft, air platforms, the anti-gravity tech. You use your really, really, really good stuff that is truly classified, truly not known about, to pull a bamboozle on a population or a global population. That's how you do a start-stop psyop. Is you just completely crater the expectations of what you have that you're open with, and then you get the real razzle-dazzle a year or two later, and it's so far removed from the first attempt that the instant in your mind, the image in your mind is there's no way it can be that, because the first time around it was just so ridiculous. What is that up there? Yeah, it's a great deception. But you have to do the deception in phases. You have to make it seem like it's completely out of the ballpark. That was the thought I had when I was going through a lot of those UFO disclosure files was, yeah, Charlotte Williams, the scientists that are working, they're not really working with UFO projects. They had that's been really hyped. A lot of them were working with the gray area in between classified military, the military industrial complex where it meets the burning edge of the civilian side, science and civilian, like NASA. And I think it's a very simple explanation of what's happening to them. We, Western powers, and especially the agency that starts with M, as in mother, over in the Middle East, our greatest ally, their intelligence agency, they kill enemy scientists. It's a legitimate target. And any scientist that doesn't go along with disclosing details or cooperating or can't be bent, can't be bought, or maybe close to being discovered, they got to be eliminated. China has the same incentive. Foreign powers have an incentive to kill off your working good minds in a country. And I think that's simply what's happening is foreign actors are taking that talent out of the equation for the future, or they're taking knowledge out of the equation. And there's room that it could be more nefarious than that, as far as who the actor on the other side is. There's a lot of question marks in there. But I think it's as simple as that. It's you're taking your either domestic or foreign adversaries, for one reason or another, are eliminating talent from the pool of available scientists and researchers and connected people. I mean, UFOs not exist. It's just a parallel world with other creatures that have their own rules for living, not like us. Yeah, it could be. It could be. There's all sorts of possibilities that are open when you don't have, stone cold hard evidence. You got to make theories, and you've got to let the evidence fall into where those theories might be. And it's certainly possible. Parallel, close resonance dimensions and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of that stuff's been studied. And, in the higher physics, it's a possibility. So, one thing that's always bothered me about, quote unquote, like the little gray aliens and stuff like that, is off of, and I'm going to go way out in the weeds on this topic, because I've read too much about it. Nick Redfern is a good author, as well as some others. Jacques Vallée on this topic, if you guys are interested. But as far as the, every account is some nightmarish humanoid, and I find it strange to think that if they come from other worlds, other places that have different atmospheric content, that have different gravitational characteristics, different terrain, these planets that we know exist out there, they're in the thousands now of potential, sweet spot Goldilocks zone planets. They all seem to be able to hop off the spaceship and breathe our air and handle our gravity okay. And that's always kind of bothered me. It's like, I don't know about that, because, if we were to leave our planet and go to some of these other planets, we'd be crushed by gravity. We'd be, our organs would fail because there's not enough gravity. All kinds of crazy stuff would happen to us. Just with a few degrees of difference in very basic things like, gravitational factor and the content of atmospheric gas, we wouldn't last very long. If we just bounced off our, down the spaceship ramp. Especially differences in atmospheric content. You're take me to your leader while you're hacking and coughing because there's too low oxygen content and there's too much, argon content or, sulfur dioxide that on that planet is a nice, pleasant, sunny day and you're choking to death. Things like that. But Nick Redfern, he's a British guy he's been in the United States longer than that, but he somehow magically keeps his accent for interviews. But one of his books, he compiled a lot of accounts, and one that's always kind of stuck out to me is he's one of the few researchers in that field along with Jacques Vallée, that compiled a lot of accounts of, what did he call them? They're like military. He developed an acronym for it, and I'm having a brain fart. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically an acronym for military abductions. And one of the accounts that he wrote about that's always stuck in my mind was there was a woman from Arizona, I believe. She lived on a rural ranch out in the middle of nowhere in Arizona, and she was having, sleep disruptions, missing time, all the classic symptoms of alien abductions, right? And one very strange one that occurred to her, and I should probably set the table a little bit better. So one of the strange things that occurred to her was she knew that an abduction was about to take place, a quote-unquote alien abduction, right? Because her whole house would radiate with this really low-frequency hum. Her dogs would start going apeshit crazy and hide, and then hide. Then a really bright light would appear from outside the windows, and then small little gray aliens would somehow come through the walls, appear in the room, and take her off to their craft and do the typical experiments, which, them little grays apparently are kind of freaky. It seems like they're always messing with different holes and eyeballs and weird stuff. They can't just take a blood sample. They got to be messing with something. But anyway, they do she was subjected to the usual alien examinations, which are a little bit too fetish-like for coming that far. And then she was returned, and she'd have a headache for a couple of days, like, symptoms of a really bad hangover, and then that was that. Except for one occasion, which Nick Redfern details this account in his book. At one point, all the classic stuff started to happen. The hum, the bright lights, the dogs going crazy, power disruption. The power would go off in her house. But one instance, the humming, the low frequency humming that she had always observed, suddenly quit. And this was after the little gray aliens that like doing the butt stuff have come into the room. And once the frequency, the low frequency noise stopped, instead of gray aliens, it was obviously human men in black BDUs. And the way she relayed the account was the one closest to her keyed up, like a VHF radio and screamed into the radio, "What the hell happened?" And then another guy kind of turned at her and awkwardly said, "Sorry." And they slowly opened, they opened the door, and all of them slowly backed out of the room. She got up and went to the window and looked outside, and they were all getting on basically, a black helicopter. And when the black helicopter rose into the air and took off, it turned on its spotlight, which was the great big white, bright white light. That's a very interesting account. And there's been documented evidence to support that certain frequencies can mess with your brain. Think about like Havana syndrome. You can use it as a weapon. Our brain, our body chemistry and brain is electrochemical, electrical synapse. And if you can generate frequencies of the right magnitude and in the right spectrum of frequency, you can start to mess with people's brain waves, with their heart rhythms. You can have different physiological effects. I don't know if you guys have ever been in a remote place and you've had your cell phone in your pocket and you can feel your cell phone start to kind of burn your leg or burn in your pocket. That's an RF burn. And what's happening is the signal loss is so great that the phone itself is amping up, even though it's in microwatts, very low wattage, it's amping up the microwatts to try and connect to a tower. And that's giving you an RF burn. And as you go up in wattage use, amateur radio and higher, things like physical burns from an antenna or a feed line or a ground loop of a radio become a real concern. And things like RF exposure with having people in proximity to antennas at certain wattages becomes an issue. So if you can focus that, tweak that, and there's been documented cases where our military's messed with it, both in the low frequency, very low frequency ranges and in the microwave or millimeter range of spectrum. There's been documented cases where area denial, non-lethal weapons, crowd control weapons, those are no different than microwave transmitter. You know, the stuff that your average sized towns have out there for crowd control, like bigger cities and stuff. I shouldn't say average towns, but bigger cities have access to crowd control weaponry that's EW weaponry in the microwave or millimeter range. And it'll make you feel like your whole body just caught fire. And that's like a low setting, a focused low setting. So who knows? Maybe a lot of the abduction stuff has been our military experimenting on the populace, that's a possibility as well. They would never do anything like that, right? That you bet your ass they absolutely certainly would. Look into, I forget what the op name was, but basically most of San Francisco at one time was sprayed with a biological agent, just for shits and gigs, just to see what those concentrations of that chemical would do on a population. Vaccine regimens in the South. So don't put it past your own military to decide that your area has been designated as scientific mouse area, and you happen to be unfortunate and be in that. Yeah. The discombobulator. That's a very good, and TJ couldn't talk about it, but he hinted enough. It's basically a man-portable EW weapon that's tuned for, human physiology. Makes you dazed and confused, gives you a bad headache, makes you lose spatial awareness. The different parts of the brain operate at different electrochemical responses, and all you've got to do, if you can tune sound to break a glass, just audio waves. There's a whole litany of spectrum above and below that. Government approved butt stuff. Yeah, that's what it boils down to. Never heard it put, I haven't heard, I shouldn't say that either, put that way. Yeah, that caught me a little off guard. That was good, though. Well done, Ramjet. You get the blue ribbon comment for today. Yeah. So, all right. Am I entertaining you guys or just messing around here? What's going on? It's getting close to 2 a.m. Central Time. I don't really think anyone here wants me to switch over and read random headlines from Twitter. I've never found that very entertaining. Here are the turkey. And it's daylight over there. Mid-morning. Overall outlook, boring. Not much going on. Well, Canucks are in Nova Scotia messing around on a Sunday. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not going to subject you guys to just random headlines from Twitter and call it breaking news. That's no fun. I have been toying with the idea. I don't know, I might put a poll out there because it's getting, obviously it's early or late, depending on which side you're coming at it from, but I might do a poll later in the week to see if you guys are even interested in actual like field radio stuff, because after all, this is the Soil Radio Operators channel, but I really haven't done much hands-on radio stuff, and it's kind of been for a reason, because I've done that in the past for other channels and other organization, and it goes over like a lead balloon, because you have about 70% of the people paying attention to you is just Baofeng questions. But like, would you guys be interested in seeing how to set up a bare bones field radio for HF, or I don't even know. There's so many other channels that have done the ins and outs of radio, and they kind of scratch the surface, and they glorify a lot of it and make it sound easier than, it's not hard, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of channels out there that take for granted everyone has like this rock solid understanding of how radios work, what true expectations are of them. And obviously I've got no product to sell, nothing along those lines. You have to get up and cook for 26, Sherry? Who are you cooking for? You have a family that big, or Sunday, some kind of function? Thanks for being here, Sherry, by the way. And you should have went to bed a long time ago, probably, if you got to get up early and cook. How many people we got in here listening to me ramble anyway? Well, there's still a little crowd in. Okay. Well, since I have a sample audience here since I have breached the question and it's late enough at night, give me your thoughts in the comments if you would, if you have even slight interest in radio dork stuff. So Charlotte, you have a ham radio license, but I would like to learn more about it. So, Charlotte, let me ask you this while I've got you. What level of radio license do you have, and have you practiced transmitting, done anything? You just listen? Like, what's your activity level currently? And that was my poor attempt at not coughing into the mic. Sorry about that. I'm gonna get some water while she's hopefully typing her answer, her reply. Doobity. All right, I got my can of German water here. They spell it lager, though. But yeah, I'm curious on what my immediate crowd has radio-wise. And basic license, so you have technician license, and you just listen to it mostly. Okay. So, and Charlotte, I'm not trying to like pick on you here or anything, but I'm just curious. I'm trying to get slices of where my listeners and followers are at. What do you listen to? Monday night check-ins. So you probably have a local like repeater net or something like that, I imagine. Tracy says you know nothing. But Tracy, you want to know more about radio? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Okay. So Charlotte, are you aware with just your, you called it basic license, but your technician license, you have access to SATCOM frequency allotment? A lot of people don't know that. Even though they get their technician license for one reason or the other, they don't realize how powerful even the basic license is. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk to satellites with the technician's license, VHF and UHF satellites. And I think some 6 meter too, but I'd have to look at the ham band plan again. But what I've found, crew, got a couple of Baofeng UV. Yeah, that's the common, kind of your everyday lower thing. So there's a reason cell phones replaced radio sets and CBs and things like that. It's doing the same things, but it's just your first responder in the county. Your first responder in the county. Okay. So does your first responders, I'm assuming paramedic, EMS, do they have dedicated radio guys? Like, not everybody is fully versed in how the radio systems work. You have your dispatchers, and you have like team leads that, not team leads, but like captains if it was the fire department. What I've found dealing with civil groups and the training I've done in the past for different groups is it's almost like burden. It's a regrettable thing if you're selected to have to deal with that, because now you got to deal with the ins and outs of radio communications, which when you get into nut cutting time, there's a reason cell phones replaced radio. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. So to let you guys know, I have done in the past, as far as training wise goes, integration with FEMA and military and civil departments. And what I've found from my own experience in doing trainings and stuff like that is actual reasonable expectations for radio communication is not well understood even in those professional groups. And when you get out into the private side, it gets even worse. And a lot of that was compounded by the need to sell radios, when radios technologically in everyday life has already really been replaced by cell phones. All our first responders here use digital encrypted. Yeah. Even that, to a radio nerd, I break P21 encryption all the time. It's super easy. So if someone really wants to listen in, they still can. But that's neither here nor there. My question is, why I haven't done a whole lot of radio integrated stuff on my channel is, when you actually get shown the reality from someone that has nothing to sell you with radio stuff, is it loses its sexiness really fast. As far as, doing the full bore of activity, whether it's, having a radio as a prepper, quote unquote prepper, to communicate to someone out of state or even locally. Because if you're not selling radios, you're not selling systems or training courses and stuff like that, and you just want to realistically show how to effectively use radio and what its limitations are, people tend to get upset. And I used to do for FEMA. I would go around to radio clubs, and I would basically was asked to train and determine this guy would shut up. Basically determine the actual emergency response feasibility of a lot of these groups like ARES and different organizations that were on the private side. And then that data was going to be integrated back in. And usually how we did that was with like a outreach training course, 2-3 days, stuff like that. And what I found was a lot of these emergency, on the private side, these ham clubs that had ARES groups and other emergency, gung-ho, we're going to save the world when the phones go down. Yeah, they really weren't able to do anywhere near what they convinced themselves that they were able to do. And it was sad. It was really it was really a very depressing thing as a young ham to find out and flesh out. But I can do more radio content. I just don't know how popular, or not popular is the wrong word, how truly useful it's going to be to people. Yeah, and I mean, Charlotte, it sounds like you had some family members in the generation ahead of you that, did radio stuff. You had a Moonraker for, yeah. You can do some incredibly interesting stuff and impressive things with radio, but it's usually the outlier and not the normal day to day. And then the thing that's hard for like families, like if you take my example, I'm the only radio dork in the whole family. So yeah, I can talk to Italy with less power than what it takes to run a 100-watt light bulb if the atmospheric propagation conditions are just so. But that doesn't do any good for my family because there's nobody else in the family or group that has reached that level of dorkness. So I would just be pissing in the wind if I wanted to, try and contact family that I have some family that are several states away, and HF would be perfect to get a hold of those members in an emergency, but there's nobody with the same technical aptitude on the other side, so it's kind of okay. So yeah, if you have a National Guardsman that's a radio man, and he involved you and exposed you to it when you were younger, then you've got quite a leg up yourself. But you see what I'm saying, crew, with the problems that are inherent is like you need to like really plan and put like money aside, and people don't, whether you got to pick several pallets of shelf stable food that would be a couple months, or maybe be able to talk to family members or group members, a state or 100 miles away. That's what you're picking between. And in the prepper sphere, what I've noticed is everybody buys, entry-level VHF radios, and, they're sold as they can, you can talk, miles and miles out, and that's not the case. Most repeaters are going to go down before cell towers. Fixed cell towers go down in an emergency. I don't know if people realize that. But a lot of repeaters that are in the amateur space that wouldn't be handling first responder, police, official state level organization traffic that you wouldn't have access to as a private individual in a disaster or in some kind of national emergency, are going to go down as soon as the line power is off. It's only like, as far as, unless you have your own repeater, your own emergency power supply, there's a whole lot of expense is what I'm driving at. There's a whole lot of expense and expertise to set up a radio network that actually works in an emergency. And, from my point of view, being in the real world, training over it, it just takes away a lot of the sexiness, and, it's not easy logistics wise. So that's why I'm asking. And that's kind of, letting you know the reason why I haven't done a whole lot of radio stuff. I would love to do it. I would love to show you guys all kinds of different tips and tricks and, things like that. But it's just, in the real practical application of it, it's not as sexy as how it's billed and how it's sold. Does that make sense? And Tracy, like someone like yourself that's starting from complete scratch, let me ask you this question. Would you be willing to put $5,000 toward a system that may work if conditions are right, to talk to someone a couple hours away? Yeah, it's not just that it's technical, boring stuff. It's allocation of resources. It's like I'll give you an example. When I did FEMA integration into Aries, most radio clubs are these old guys, right? That have sleep apnea and have all these different things. Yeah, if you had $5,000, sure. Well, sure. I've been trying to set aside funds to make a self-contained, and maybe I'll open up super chats to get across the finish line for it. But I've been slowly saving up because I want to build I want to build basically a satellite tracking and communication system that has an integrated narrow spectrum infrared camera, and integrate that into the channel, as well as having like an astrophotography remote, fully articulated tracking telescope. So on the channel, I can display like far star field, high density pictures, instead of just having you guys look at an SDR and whatever, and then like show you how to do satellite communication and actually track the satellite in orbit with the narrow spectrum infrared, so you can see the bird that I'm actually talking to. I kind of want to do that for the channel, but that's a money. That's a mucho grande dollar to put that kind of system together. Like right now with my current kit, I can talk to satellites. That's not hard, but it's not sexy, and it would look incredibly coffee can low tech, but it gets the job done. But what was I saying about radio? See, I went off on a tangent, and I did that one to myself. Yeah, so these old guys, right, in the Aries groups, because they don't, they want to do everything but let a young person in that might have different ideas, that eating at the local IHOP every third Thursday is, you can do more than that. But anyway, what would happen is I would tell these guys, all right, here's an emergency scenario, and I want you to enact this at your household starting tonight. And step number 1 is turn off all the breakers in your house. You lost line power, right? Well, we just bought a quarter side of beef, and it's in the freezer in the garage, and that's not going to fly at my house. The next guy's like, my wife would kill me because I have sleep apnea, and I need my sleep apnea machine powered on. And, so it wouldn't be powering the radio, it'd be powering that. And the next guy would have, I would have to devote all my emergency power to my fridge. And what you quickly found was all this entire group, if an actual emergency happened, none of them would be able to get on the air. Because they didn't meet the power, they didn't have the emergency power requirements to not take a huge financial loss to even get on the air. So then I would ask them, and this would get them all mad, well, what's going to be different when an actual emergency happens and your line power is really off? You didn't shut it off yourself, it went off. Are you going to be able to check into the emergency net and pass messages? Or is your wife going to throw a conniption? Or your husband going to throw a conniption because $1,000 worth of beef is now going bad in your freezer? You see what I'm saying? So like when it came to actual practicality, all these emergency groups are not what they think they are. And it's usually because of power requirements, and that's, aside from the radio equipment itself, is very expensive. You need fuel in reserve, you need battery power in reserve, yada, yada, yada. And most households operating normally in regular time, and this goes into the prepper sphere too, is like, I've got my jackery, I've got solar panels, I've got this, that, and the other. And that's fine if you want to charge up a VHF radio, but without a repeater working locally, now that radio is limited to 5 miles because you're on simplex, not duplex operation with a repeater, because the repeater's on line power and it's down. And the ones that aren't immediately down, that have emergency power, like a backup generator that some clubs have, right? Because you would think that they're so overwhelmed with traffic that you can't hardly get messages through, and then it's out of fuel and it's down. And the same when we modeled civilian SHTF scenarios with HF, right? And we did this with the Illinois National Guard. And what we quickly figured out, what our models told us, because we didn't really truly have a state and region-wide disaster, but we were preparing for one, or trying to, get our arms around what that would look like, is in the first, on HF anyway, within the first 48 hours, or within a 48-hour time frame, the amateur bands would be so clogged with nonsense, and even some of the Mars bands possibly too, were going to be so clogged with nonsense traffic in a regional disaster that they were basically unusable until emergency power supplies ran lower out for the rest of the population. And by then, you really can't accomplish what you want to accomplish by establishing nets and things like that. So a lot of the stuff that you hear in the prepper sphere about radio is just, it sounds cool, but it's not modeled or fleshed out reality. So that's why I've been kind of hesitant to do much about it. But yeah. But if you guys want to see me do that kind of stuff, you need to speak up, because right now I'm in geopolitical analyzation and put my opinions out there on stuff that's going on and going down. And that's, I'm sure that's valuable for some, because it's a different raw form content. Yeah. Yeah, it's not really practical. And what usually, honestly, in disasters, except for a couple cases, like the some of you might have heard about the VHF UHF ham radio network that helped a lot during North Carolina, or the hurricane that came inland for North Carolina, and a lot of people got supplies and medical help and were directed to the right place, really because of one dude on top of a mountain that was like a super radio nerd / prepper dude that kept one repeater alive. Really helped that whole community out. But that's a standout exception and not the norm. So in that case, most people are better off just waiting for the cell signal to come back, because you have AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. They all have these mobile stand-up units that are designed to be able to, as soon as they can get a major thoroughfare cleared, whether it's by bulldozers or sheriff's deputies with chainsaws using their patrol vehicles to clear trees, in a disaster, typical disaster type scenario, they roll these mobile cell phone towers in and stand them up to take the place of the destroyed towers, usually within 48 hours. In rare cases, 72 hours plus. But what we were modeling for back when I was involved with FEMA, for good reason, the state authorities, the Illinois National Guard, and the civil authorities were very worried about seismic events from the New Madrid Fault, because in this area of the confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio valleys, there's more bridges that will be taken down at like a 6 or 7.0 earthquake on the New Madrid Fault, that areas of the state would become super isolated real quick, and the only way in or out is going to be by air, because those bridges are going to fall. They're going to fail. So if your family's close by, like 5 miles close by, you can do that with VHF, UHF. I'm talking realistically here. So let me back up and say, you're the radio dork of the family, and you've managed to teach another family member how to use a radio, and you've established a frequency plan and a time plan. That's the other thing too, is people think they're just going to hop on their radios and talk to a family member, 80 miles away with a Bofang. That doesn't happen, gang. Because all that infrastructure that makes the modes possible to do that now are going to be gone. So let's say in an ideal scenario, you taught somebody HF in your family. Well, that'll get you, if conditions are not, horribly against you, or at least somewhat in your favor, coast-to-coast coverage. So realistically, and this takes two dorks, two nerds, and a pre-established plan. You can do it. It's just, can you get that many nerds in the same room in the same family and have two sets, a field HF station that's ready to go at minimum. Cost-wise, dollar-wise, your radio is going to be most expensive, followed by a power supply, followed by antenna. And that is going to be, at minimum, $1,500 to $2,000. VHF, UHF is less, but you're talking realistically on open flat terrain, 5 miles simplex. If you're in mountainous terrain, you've got, even large hills in between you. Nope. Unless you can do satellite, but that takes two nerds, two dorks. So you see what I'm saying? Here is like... sounds cool. Hard to actually do. So I don't know if I want to, I'll let you guys tell me. Do you want to see more radio content? Because it's cool, but it's, it's cool if you have the means to do it, but it's honestly a waste of my time and your time if it can't be implemented, And I don't mean to be down on it. I've got faith that many of you could do it. Well, Ramjet, buy your own repeater for 10 grand and put it up somewhere. Or get your budget Temu repeater for 6 grand. The total package cost. It's only dollars standing in between you and realizing, that means of communication. It's only dollars. Well, hello, Leslie. I don't know if you've been in chat until now, but you're up awfully early. Unless you've been lurking this whole time. It's good to see you. You don't have any family with radios? Yeah, that's the problem. It's like it needs to be prevalent, and the knowledge to do it needs to be accepted, and it's a hard barrier to overcome, really. So don't feel bad if your group is not realistically as radio ready, because to be honest, most quote unquote emergency groups on the private side, ARRL, Aries groups, they aren't as hot to trot as they bill themselves either. And I used to make Aries groups really mad because I had a part in my in my information slideshow of this old gray bearded dude standing in front of he's standing in front of a fire engine. A bunch of firefighters are running around behind him in the background looking pissed off. And it's Aries getting in the way since 1953 or something like that. They would just lose it. But it's true. It's like, what are you guys doing out here? Okay. Hi. Yeah, I've pissed off more. I've cooked more hams than I've preserved, put it that way. And I'm a quote unquote ham myself. My whole close-knit circle lives in the same town, all within 3 to 6 kilometers of each other. Well, is it flat ground or is it mountainous terrain, Ramjet? You got valley dwellers or anything like that going on? Because if it's open, relatively open, flat ground where you don't have the curvature of the earth working against you, you could give everybody, GMRS radios, basically. And that's pretty easy. I think it's, $35 for GMRS, and you just take the reins and show them how to do that. But with home set, elevated antenna, GMRS setups, you could easily accomplish that. Flat ground, yeah. You could probably accomplish that with your UV5Rs then, realistically. But, usually the question I get asked is how do I get a hold of my parents who are the next state over? And once you get into details of how to do that, people's eyes roll in the back of their head and their wallet pocket starts to hurt. They're like, oh my God, I'll just call them on the phone when the phones come back. Yeah, you've already tested it and it works well. That's great for you guys. Good deal. Excellent dealio. I'm glad that you got a system that, that will work when other stuff fails. But so Charlotte, in an emergency situation, you don't have any family with radios, then what's your current plan to get a hold of them? To be able to, it's safe to come this direction or it's not safe to come this direction. What would you guys do in that instance? And the power supply equation is what hangs up a lot of hams. They don't think about, like for HF, the power requirement to actually be heard, or let's say you wanted to back down your wattage and use like a digital mode to talk back and forth. Now you're powering a laptop, or a contained PC or something like that is really overbearing for running the program. So I've slowly convinced groups that would hear me that your best option is to use like JS8 call or similar digital formats. Usually JS8 call is the best because you can do text. And just run a bare bones tablet, with that JS8 call software on it, or a very bare bones, powered down computer. And, that way you can take all your available power supply amperage and put it toward transmitting if you need to. There's a couple ways around the equation, but that's not a standard. The standard is voice. For even a lot of FEMA groups and areas, it's still voice, and that's very, very power hungry. So Ramjet says, some have a couple simple two-way GMRS, and a couple have UV5Rs like me, which are easy enough to connect with each other as well. Yeah, and geographically, you're in a permissible environment to do that, and that's great. That works for you. But not everyone, you get out into the east or the west, where your mountains or hills and valleys and hollers, and your range goes way down. So, Charlotte, with rapid radios, if you read the fine print, rapid radios is an excellent example of how radios are sold. And if there's a regional power outage, they won't work, because rapid radios is built off of the old Nextel PTT push-to-talk cellular platform. They use those same frequencies, and they use similar protocols. They're radios, but their communication network is cellular. And so if you start losing cell towers around you, which, most cell towers have emergency power generation of about 48 hours with a generator. If you have physical damage to them, or, an EMP type situation, you're only going to have, and that might be all you need. It's not a total lost cause. Maybe you only need to reach out to everybody in the first 24 hours, but that's about all you got, 24 to 48. If traffic, on the cellular network is not spiked, because they're like, I think the Nextel protocol within the switches, if I'm remembering what my insider telecom guys were telling me, is the rapid radio backbone is like far down the list. It's very, very tertiary in protocol. So if the traffic jumps up on the commercial cellular side, it's going to limit bandwidth, and it might be to where, if the disaster is bad enough and the cell phones are still up, you might not even be able to connect a message. So there are limitations to the, and I know they're billed that way. They're sold, they are sold that way, where power goes out, you can still use the rapid radios, and they work coast to coast, and it's a glorified cell phone. It still depends off, the cellular network that's around the United States. So the answer there is it might, get you to enable you to do the initial communication that you need to do. Maybe. It's better than nothing, put it that way. That's the price of enjoying natural tobacco. It doesn't stay lit. You get talking, but it tastes a lot better. I might have to get some more German water here too, but it's getting late. I'm not going to go to sleep tonight, probably. I'm going to be all whipped up in a frenzy over if I want to integrate Radio Dork stuff into the channel or not. Yeah, cities, tall buildings, metal buildings, that all limits the VHF, UHF range. When I did some of my studies in the past, I found that, and I would tell this to the hams that had the technician license, because in the clubs, they're usually the newbies, and they're usually the younger guys if they're still willing to stick around, those old codgers. And, they were frowned upon because they didn't have the extra license, they didn't have the general license, whatever. And I would tell those guys, so if you have a technician license, you can make or buy for less than, if they have some technical skill at making a satellite, VHF, UHF satellite handheld antenna, you have a more dependable comm system in the amateur space than these old guys that have the older HF radios that are sucking all kinds of watts of power. Those birds will, for most instances, as far as like natural disasters go, those sat birds will be up there. And in a regional disaster, your recreational use, the recreational ham use on the sat birds are going to drop. And it's going to clear up bandwidth for traffic. So if you can get two people in your group that have a handheld 5-watt, like a Bofang, or any other handheld, 5 to 8 watts, and you have a handheld satellite antenna, and you have either, an offline copy of the telemetry data where when which amateur satellite is going to be where and when, and you've saved that telemetry data, which is good for several days, you have a more dependable comms link with that other person regionally than HF and certainly VHF, UHF 2-meter 440. So I would get kind of self-studying about SATCOM communication. And that's if you got two dorks in your group. That's kind of the direction I would lead, because the barrier to entry for that system is low. You don't need any fancy equipment. You just kind of need to, keeping up with a daily basis of the telemetry of the satellites is probably the biggest thing. And you can approximate it. You can always fine-tune it and find it. I've talked to satellite birds with a handheld arrow antenna and my 5-watt Yaesu handheld, and talked across states, using an amateur radio satellite. So that option is out there too. But it's short you're not going to have a long conversation. You're not going to be able to talk about, grandma's health condition for a half hour. You're talking about, I'm alive, it's safe to travel. If you're going to travel, it's this route, and then the conversation ends. It's about going to be the limit, or we're all good here, type conversations, but we could use this medicine, that medicine. You've got about less than 5 minutes or less of talk on a bird. Most places in North America. And that's the other reason I wanted to kind of integrate SATCOM into the channel on the amateur side. It's like it's not really talked about, even though even the base license, tech license has access to it. I mean, there are some channels that do SATCOM. There's on X, there's actually a pretty good X and Facebook there for a time. I haven't checked in with the group in a while, but there was very helpful amateurs that were all about and loved SATCOM, amateur bird work. You have AMSAT and different resources like that at your disposal, but most people think, oh, it's just a technician license, you can't do much. No, you got SATCOM. If you learn Morse code, you can do Morse code on HF. I think technicians have access to the 6 meter. I think they have voice access to the 6 meter. If I'm right, I have to look that up. I don't want to tell you wrong. Even though I kind of push the rules, I'm a bad ham. I'm homesteading. How's it going, man? What are you doing up so late? You should be sleeping. Where is that? Yes, an amateur satellite is a repeater in space, in orbit. That's all it is. So the advantage there is VHF, UHF, can penetrate the atmosphere, whereas HF bounces off the ionosphere because of its frequency wave. That's why VHF, UHF is used to talk, in the space program, to the space shuttle. VHF, UHF keeps on going. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm still up too. And you don't have the curvature of the Earth to worry about. You can also bounce 6 meter and VHF, UHF signals off the moon, and you can use the moon when conditions are right as a repeater, because the moon has an RF reflective surface. And so that's a whole nother sport, radio sport, dork sport, nerd sport, whatever you want to call it, nerd ambition. And it's called EME, Earth, Moon, Earth. And it is an RF bounce from one station on the surface of the Earth to the moon, and then back down. And another dork sport is meteor scatter, and that's using, basically known meteor showers have enough physical mass to them that you can bounce VHF, UHF radio signals off of, and do what's called meteor scatter, and that's a whole nother angle. So there's so much you can do with the technician license, and most prepper channels don't even, and those are, condition-based things, but anyway, what question was I going to answer? Let me set this to Band plan for technician. Let's see what you got here. So the North American, or your North American ham bands. I don't take no damn survey. Get that. No. Oh. Okay. Let me start at the bottom. So your usual bands. 1.25. Okay. VHF. Let's start at UHF. I'm going to kind of bounce around here. So UHF, you have data, RIDI, and CW, and phone, image, and CW, Morse code. You have, as a technician, allotments in the 13 centimeter space, the 23 centimeter space, 33 centimeter space, 70 centimeter space, full spectrum, as well as 33 and 23 centimeter spaces. 70 centimeters is your 440, 400 megahertz, that range. Remotely possible for a satellite repeater connection, or you need one of those Christmas tree huge. No, you don't need a big antenna at all. You can reliably hit satellites, amateur radio satellites and other stuff with a simple handheld integrated VHF, UHF antenna. It's hard on the wrist and the forearm though, but most guys put them on a tripod. But yeah, a very simple homebrew even. 2 meter, 70 centimeter antenna can hit satellites. So this is from the FCC allocated band plan I'm telling you about here. Technician license. And what is the orange? So fixed digital messaging forwarding systems only. You have an allotment in the VHF band 1.25 meter space. That's like 219 to 220 megahertz. And then, as everyone knows, full voice, data allotment, all that kind of stuff, 222 to 225. Full 2 meter, that's the 144 to 148 megahertz. Almost full 6 meter. So you're getting in the magic band there. And 6 meter is not always open like 10 meter, but it's like FM-like HF. And then in the 10 meter space, you have data, RTTY, RIDI, and CW. And what is the other color code here? Yellow, SSB phone, and CW. So in 10 meters, you can send data packets and voice on segments of the 10 meter space if you're a technician. And then when you're getting into HF, yeah, so 18, 40, 30 meters, 15 meters, all that's off limits to you for voice. But with those allotments, you can do a lot of stuff. Homesteading, you're like you're like 3 hours. That was 3 hours ago. You'd have to rewind, buddy. I had a very dark intro. Not going to rehash it now because we're geeking out with radio talk stuff, but yeah, you can. I think DVR is on. So yeah, you can do SATCOM. You can do all kinds of VHF, UHF stuff. You can do a little bit of HF stuff. So it's not the license. It's getting into the details. Like 10 meters. 10 meters will certainly get you regional during the day if you do it right, if you got conditions allowing you to do it. So right now, homesteading, I'm trying to flesh out how much interest, and I know this is really early in the morning, late at night crowd here, but I'm trying to flesh out, should I start diving into more radio content? Would people find that useful? Would it be a good use of time? That kind of thing. And I'm sure there's interest out there. It's just, are people going to stick with it? That kind of thing. What's the title? Sure, what I mean. Lights out. Is it lights out coming? No, the watching fireworks on your computer is a different channel. We don't really do that here too much, unless it's like really, really obvious. I'm a little bit more about discussing ideas, things like that. But, yeah, so think about it, crew. Next time I hop on, it might be a little while, but and I might do a whatchamacallit. I might put a poll out there to the Gen Pop, and see, if they want. It would be considerable more work and preparation on my end, which I'm not opposed to doing. I just need a significant enough crowd to do it for, is the thing. I need the class size to be so large, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like look at your own, like I was talking about earlier, look at your own situation and see, can you really wrangle that many radio dorks in the same physical space? I'm sure many of you, have radios and stuff like that, but you need another person in your group. Otherwise, it's kind of useless. It's kind of a useless method to explore and allocate your resources to. But I'm willing to do it if there's enough interest. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. In Ramjet, you'd love to learn what EME or SATCOM, all of it. In the radio dork world, EME gets the ladies. Because usually your EME operators, the guys that are running around out in the desert with like an old, way overkill for size and what they need to use, but they find like old sat TV dishes and they mount them to the tops of cars or vans and try to get to a flat high spot and bounce the signals off the moon. And conditions have to be so right for that. But when it works, it's really, really interesting because, now you're exceeding a typical SATCOM footprint and you're getting into, almost the other side of the world. Well, when EME is right, but it's not a method that you can depend on for an emergency. SATCOM, you're highly interested? Yeah, usually when I break it down, the pros and cons of each mode and method, SATCOM tends to rise to the top as far as feasibility, power requirement, all that stuff. So I'm more of a proponent of, you don't sell a lot of radios that way. You're not going to sell your fancy, Yaesu 991s and your ICOM 7300. You're not going to sell a whole lot of radios pushing SATCOM. And that's why most channels don't do it, because you can accomplish that with cheapest of the cheap handheld and a homebrew antenna. But it can be done. 2 dorks required though in a group, and geography. And SATCOM, as far as OPSEC, yes, it's got its pros and cons there too. But as far as a location or ease of triangulation, satellite comm is more secure than HF. Because you can only truly render one fixed point, and that is the bird itself. But your only other possible data point is within a large regional footprint of that satellite at the time. And unless you have a local resource monitoring that frequency, you're not going to find it. And usually the telemetry will prevent that. So with HF, all you need is 3 fixed points on the ground, and you can triangulate an HF signal in each hemisphere. So, yeah, the dorks are hard to find. Not that they're not out there, but and there's a lot of poison thinking too. It's like, you got to have a Mars modded radio, and you got to get your, FEMA license. You got to get all your FEMA courses done. Or you got to be a Mars operator. Yada yada yada. There's a lot of poison thinking out there around MCOM too. That doesn't help anybody. So, but I'm more practical about it and open to sharing what's supposed to be top secret MCOM operating principles with the general public. It's like the more people that you can have connect, the better. It's like there's no reason to gatekeep that stuff. That stuff always kind of. There's some clubs out there that, and I shouldn't say clubs. There's some chapters out there that they really were trying to gatekeep. They were just trying to justify their own existence. They didn't realize that technology has passed them way up. But it's possible. It's possible for the average person if they want to focus enough on it. All right. Have I driven everyone away with how many are up there? If you want to get a good idea, dozens to hundreds of, not hundreds. There's multitudes. There's several dozen amateur-only sats. There's a lot of CubeSats. There's a lot of AMSats. You can talk all day and night if you want to. At those short intervals, when the footprint's over you, and the footprint's not always over you in North America. It's several statewide footprints. Some are narrower, some are smaller. You don't have really in the amateur satellite space. You don't have bridging between sats. That's a military, nation state level thing. So it's not like you can repeat or bounce from once. I mean, you could, but you'd have to have root access level to the satellite and change its telemetry and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty much just a repeater in the sky, what you're going to have access to as an amateur. If that answers your question. But yeah, there's a lot up there. And a good website to visit would be N2YO, which has a built-in sat tracker. There's several good resources out there for satellite tracking at the civilian level. And another one would be app. I think it's a website and an app called Heavens Above, and that's a good resource for almost anything in the night sky. Planets, space objects, cataloged objects, stuff like that. I've used Heavens Above. NY20 or N2YO, whatever his call sign is, that database is pretty much like PC, laptop, internet only. But if you get looking into it, you'll find that the field of resources opens up pretty wide to you. I can probably just take you to N2YO here. see here. AMs are pretty much done. I think this is Magneto. Tab. So, do this a different way here. And my location won't be accurate, I think, because of the VPN that I use. Yeah, it's put me out west, but still, same idea. Hop in there. Get that nonsense off of there. I think you can, and this is n2yo.com. If you want to just look at amateur radio in the category, and I don't know why they put, well, I know why. Some of the ones that they say are inactive do come back to life for short bursts and do different things like that. Satellites marked with a red box C support uplink communication in amateur radio bands. And click amateur radio satellite passes for the next 6 hours. And this is for the location in Denver where my VPN is currently pinging. But here you go. You've got some Chinese amateur satellites, so they're listed as inactive. Inactive CuteSat, inactive. Why are all these? No, there's no way. Oh, it just took that freaking long to load. That's horrific. Yeah, so here's your telemetry and frequency information for amateur radio satellite passes. You know, so you've got Saudi sats, you've got Chinese and Korean, D-Star 1, which is like a D-Star repeater in the sky, ISAT, Cube Bugs, FunCube, AO73 is a very popular one. It always has a lot of traffic on it. And when you jump into that site, and you can see, you know, it gives you enough warning time on where its pass is going to be, azimuth and elevation at start and max and end, so you know where to aim your antenna. Uplink and downlink frequencies, beacons to find it. You know, they a lot of the better satellites have a beacon attached to them, so you know you're close. You know what status is active. Like this particular amateur FunCube, not only can you talk on it with voice, VHF, UHF, single sideband, you can also send a data mode through it. 1200 BPS packet info, single sideband. So you can send, some of them will let you send data packets through them. So, this one, on these maps, you should be able to click footprint too. Show footprint. Maybe it's more on the active map. Yeah, down here you can put, it's got orbits, draw footprint, and that'll show you if you're trying to get a hold of the satellite and you're within this footprint range, theoretically, you should be able to hit that sat. So you can see even on this pass, you had the fringe of it probably brushed the east coast. So if you were on the coast here, you could have talked into that, and if you timed it right, that would put you into the northern section of South America. Like if you were in Florida, theoretically you could have talked to someone in the Amazon using this satellite, this AO-73 satellite. Yeah, the ones with a C don't have a frequency. That just means they're not open to the amateur band. They're probably a commercial comm satellite, which amateur equipment, if you're following the rules, is going to be outside your allocated frequency band. So, but think about how, just regular technician license, if you can hit that bird and at one point its orbit, its pass is going to end up being over the United States mainland somewhere, you can hit, almost to the other coast. And that's with your little handheld Bofang 5-watt. Conditions, are in your favor. You get the knack of, manually aligning an antenna, an handheld antenna to the bird. Traffic's in your favor, all that stuff. You could potentially talk from, almost coast to coast, depending on what satellite you got. So, might be your only option right now. And see, that's the thing with sat birds, in those particular orbits, that, yeah, today, tomorrow, the next day might not be good, but, you just have to kind of keep track of all that telemetry. Some birds that don't look good today might be excellent choices a month from now, because those orbits shift slightly from, cardinal direction east to west. And some have, a slicing orbit over the whole Earth. A lot of the Asian satellites are that way, where it might be a week in between the time that footprint comes back to your location, but, excellent coverage for the days that it's there. So it's a communication option for you. So, yeah, not, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, not enough technicians explore their satellite privileges. Some satellites are very busy, and some have hardly any traffic on them at all. It's just kind of weird. There's guys that are definitely into it, do amateur contests and stuff like that, but it's never really considered as an MCOM solution, and I think it should be. And I've probably dweebed out way too far, except for myself and Ramjet, who had the blue ribbon comment of the day for government sanctioned butt stuff during a previous part of the conversation. Hello, Sigrid. How you doing? Oh, you're still a decent crowd of people in here. So I didn't knock out. There's more nerds out there than I thought, maybe. And my brain's actually working. If you want to watch a radio dork nerd fun guy, he's a fun guy. He's got good energy too. I don't know if he still has the same level of energy, but his name was Dave Lasco, and he was a fellow Illinoisan. And he did some like introductory promotional videos or whatever about SATCOM communications on the amateur side. How to do it for, I think he did it for DX Engineering. But I remember the guy's name, and he's got kind of long black hippie hair, but super passionate dude about SATCOM. Had a lot of fun with it. Good networker. And his name was Dave Velasco. I don't remember his call sign though. But for many, many years, he did really very competent amateur satellite work, just using a pair of really homebrew, simple antennas on top of his house. And he didn't spend a whole lot of money in equipment. He was just one of those kind of guys that was focused and determined to get a good knack for it. And the level of feel that he's probably got in his fingertips, because satellite work is by nature best handled digitally. It's really hard to do manually, but if you develop the skill for it, man, you can get almost magical with it. And that's one of the few guys that I've seen in my life that can like manually tune Doppler shift and antenna polarity on the fly and use nothing but a handheld antenna and a handheld, an HT, and consistently with it. He makes it look easy, like all professionals, seasoned guys do, seasoned practitioners or professionals do. But that would be a good one. And his videos are probably old by now on YouTube, but I would just like YouTube search for Dave Lasco, amateur satellite, communication, something like that. And super, super passionate, skilled guy, for sure. And fellow Illinoisan. So we got some decent radio dorks among the corn here in the land of Lincoln. And I wish I could play some of his videos, but I think most of his stuff's on YouTube, and they frown on that. They frown on that nonsense. So, but if I get too deep into radio dork stuff, I'm going to start hitting you guys up for money. Make you buy my equipment so I can do cool stuff and you can watch. That's no fun. That sounds like a bad deal. I don't think I would do that to you guys. You guys need to get out and you need to turn me off and go do the cool stuff outside. Because that's where the fun stuff is. You can get your ideas from me, but the best medicine I can give you is go try it yourself. And a lot of people with radio stuff, what I've noticed most preppers do is like, I can't wait personally for the idea of SHTF to fall out of fashion, because it kind of does in spurts. During times of heavy geopolitical unrest, it's always super popular thing. But there was a period of time not too long ago where the prepper sphere, it just seemed like stuff was kind of normalizing. And man, some of the most pristine, untouched, gently used, taken out of the box once radio gear became available on Facebook Marketplace and some of these other sites, because there was a lot of checkbook preppers out there that bought all this stuff and put it in their basement and never bothered to learn how to use it or get licensed for it or any of that kind of stuff. And emergency over. Don't need this crap anymore. Pennies on the dollar. Man, that was a good time. All these preppers gave up. you could buy some. I bought some secondhand like antennas and stuff like that off of people. Like no clue how to use it. Thought the zombie apocalypse was coming, and I needed this to talk to Grandma, but no, we're saved now because certain team, certain colored team got into office in Congress, and so it's impossible to have an emergency now. Everything got fixed. So, yeah, keep an eye out for secondhand stuff because a lot of it's gently used. All the stuff I want never seems to come up both cheap and gently used, unfortunately. So, super chats it is. But you can accomplish a basic HF field station with a couple deep cycle batteries, depending on what type of radio you have, voltage inverter. A homebrew antenna, and a frequency and time allocation plan. And you can talk coast to coast, and $1,500 is your barrier there. Yaesu is a flagship brand, Sigrid, of amateur radio. I mean, they have a lot. I'm not a Yaesu guy, but I respect their equipment. They have good quality equipment. I don't like Yaesu for their menu layout. For some reason, ICOM menus are more in line with how my brain works. Some people don't mind it at all, but I found the menus on Yaesus to be kind of, what's a good word? Tedious. Just tedious for how I like to do things. So, I have a Yaesu handheld that I don't mind using. It's a little VHF, UHF, HT, and I've used it to work satellites, and it's a decent, it's a very good handheld. The model number is escaping me because it's a little bit late, but it's like the middle tier price point. Several years back, I have Wuxan VHF HF handheld. I've got ICOM mobile / home station. I've got a ICOM 51A 41 in the truck, 4100 in the truck as the mobile right now, and the 5100s. I don't have it set up as a base station, but I use that for both satellite and base station stuff. I've used my Yaesu HT tons of times. I've got an ICOM 7300 for HF stuff. All different kinds of antennas, stuff like that. So it's not really, ICOM. I'm kind of, I don't know why. It's just the way the ICOM radios are. I've kind of learned that system. It's what I personally use, but it's not like a favorite. I don't know. It probably doesn't make sense, but it's like there's one big drawback to ICOM. It's all about preference. It's like you need to. The best thing I can tell you to do is actually like go to a hamvention or trade show and mess around with some of these radios and see, because even something as simple as the menu layout can change how you feel and operate on a particular set, especially when you're like really trying to get into it. And I just found the ICOMs easier to learn. That doesn't make them better, so to speak. And there's one serious drawback to ICOM. They're digital radios, which pretty much all the radios are now. But ICOM on the transmit side seems to be very, very touchy to voltage. It's input voltage. And you wouldn't think that would be a big deal, but it's touchy in a way that your signal gets really messy at like a slightly discharged backup battery state. So what I do with the ICOM radios Yeah, go to Hamfest and go to booths and just ask questions. Don't be afraid to. That's what they're there for. If they get annoyed, then tell them to F off and you're never getting a dime. Because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing if that's the case. So ask questions, operate. You don't really get a chance to operate, but like get a feel for different radios, how to navigate through them, different functions. Some people love buttons, and they'll get the older radios, like the older Tentecs and the older Kenwoods that are just incredibly button heavy. And the newer SDR software-defined radios are less button heavy, but they're more menu. They're more menu layered. So all those buttons were replaced by flip-through menu access, and you have to kind of figure that out. I'm bitching about ICOM. So on my ICOM radios, when I do it in the field, I naturally have line power supplies for base station when conditions are quote unquote normal. But if I take my ICOM out into the field, I've ran into an issue where as the voltage gets closer to 12 volts and then you get to the bottom end of your operating voltage input range, like a discharged battery would after operating for some time standalone, your signal gets real messy to the point where if you transmit, it gets garbled. And that's because the onboard signal processors in that radio start to go haywire. So what I have to do is I'll take two deep cycle batteries and wire them up for 24 volts. And then I will take a voltage regulator and then jump back down to 14 volts. So I can always hold, even though the batteries are being discharged over time and the voltage is under that 13.6 nominal, it'll hold my voltage close to 14 and keep my signal transmission clean. And that's the major drawback to a lot of the ICOM SDR radios like the 7300s and others. In a home setting, you never run into that. You take it out, nut cutting time, out into the field, and you really work it, and you end up finding this out, and it's like your power supply equation has to change because now that software-defined radio doesn't operate quite like you think it does, sitting at home in ideal conditions with a plug-in the wall power supply. And you only run into that stuff when you actually take it out into the field and see what you can do with it. And 90% of MCOM operators do that maybe once a year, and then they encounter a problem and they become useless. So you have to be able to overcome and adapt. But in an emergency MCOM field situation for the first time, no one's going to be there's not a gigaparts that you can go run down to and get a voltage inverter. You got to find that out before it happens. Otherwise, you're not good to anybody. But from my experience, seeing Yaesu radios in the field under stress conditions, is they don't have that problem. They are happy as a clam if that input battery is at 11.5. They've got a wider operating voltage range. It doesn't bother them. So, but didn't do me any good because I just could not stand flipping through that menu. That Yaesu menu just drove me bonkers. But it might not bother you. So it might be right up your alley. It might make sense to you. All right, any other past 3 a.m. Radio Dork questions? I'm about ready to shut the stream down because I've just gotten the hankering to crack another German mineral water, also known as lager, but I need to get some sleep. So, I'm about ready to hang it up, crew. I've got only some hardcore channel fans hanging on here. And I'll try and do an earlier stream if the radio stuff is something that you guys want to start covering, but Older Yezus have what, the menu problem? They don't have a voltage problem, I can tell you that. I just realized the screen has just been spinning here for a half hour. Let me just change screens over. I'm not really doing anything. Yeah, older Yezus have that problem. No, like I was saying, once you get into some of the older, really button heavy radios, those things were just tanks. They just didn't care. Menu, yeah, that's what I'm trying to answer in a roundabout way, I guess, is you start seeing dozens and dozens of buttons on the front of a radio. It's not going to be real picky. It's going to work. The SDR stuff seems to be where the problem is with voltage input. Yeah. All right, Charlotte, number one commenter is turning in, so that's our sign, crew. It's time to say night-night. Well, thanks for being here, Ramjet. I appreciate you being here. And we can go deeper in the weeds on another topic another time. I got no problem. No problem doing that. So, yeah. It was good seeing you all here. I know it's been a little while since I've done a live stream, and this was a late live stream, so take what you can get, because none of you are paying me to be here. So, beggars can't be choosers now. So, but all kidding aside, I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. It was a good conversation. Interesting seeing what your perspectives are on things and reading your comments. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate your time and your eyeballs. And like, share, subscribe. Tell your Meemaw about me. What a nice young man I am. And I'm not doing super chats yet, but well, you can't mail me cookies or send me beer because OPSEC. Have your grandma make cookies for you, or your mom or your significant other. Make a fresh batch of cookies and devote them to soil, but you consume them. And that'll make me feel better about everything. So that's the plan. Devoted to, but not consumed by. So we'll do that. All right, I'm going to close it out with some music in case anybody wants to talk to each other. Hello, Solar Eclipse. Hi and bye, buddy. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, it's morning here now. Kind of late, like I was saying. Live stream's been running for... How long have we been running here? 4 hours. That's about honestly the tank of gas that I have for a lot of talking is about 4 hours. Yeah, and then I end up sleeping in too late the next morning. So you showed up right when we're shutting her down, but you're welcome to rewind. And Gabby Petito girlfriend. What? Gabby Petito girlfriend. I don't get that. Interesting. Here's one thing. Here's some nugget that I'll leave you with. The only people that don't like conspiracy theories are the conspirators. So when that whole media story came out about Gabby Petito, what's wordplay? Gabby Petito, small talk. Not to say that event didn't happen or it wasn't a tragedy or any of that. I just thought the name was really odd. And I couldn't tell you what the time reference base is for that to have been a distraction to the masses, but I thought that was a really odd name. Gabby Petito. Petite, small, gabby to gab, small talk. Seemed odd to me, but all right. That tells you how late it is. That's how far off into fringes my brain can spin when I start getting tired. So good night, crew. Best of luck to you. Hang in there. Be kind to each other. Be welcoming to others in your community. Start to talk to each other again. That's what's going to fix our country. Be willing to have a conversation and hear perspectives that might make you uncomfortable at first. And you'll see in a short time that we're a lot more similar across the board than you're being led to believe. And we care about similar things, so we just need to start caring about each other more often, having some compassion, and not wanting to bomb foreign populations for our own problems or for the benefit of others at our detriment. So, best of luck. Good night, crew. Take care of each other. Sleep tight or have a good morning. And I'll see you again soon.